slight symptoms you are having, please write it down. If you already attended some of our programs, or if you already know me, you may be knowing. Whenever I make any statement, I take responsibility for that statement. Now I tell you, even though it feels too good to be true, I tell you, whatever you have written will disappear. You may think, what are you talking, Swamiji? Please understand, whatever you think as disease, whatever names you may give, pain, disease, irritations, uneasiness, everything has got only 2-3 roots. Just 2-3 roots in your system. Because we do not go and touch the root, because we do not handle the root properly, we continue to struggle and suffer. I am giving you this statement, and not only that, when I say, I take the responsibility of that statement. I take the responsibility of that statement. All I request is, just try to put your best or your maximum energy into this meditation, maximum effort into this meditation, and just few tips which I am giving you. Try to imbibe in your life, nothing else. First thing, we are going to work on our body to remove the unnecessary toxins. I have to use the word toxins because I don't know any other word. In Sanskrit, we call them dosha. In English, I don't know any other equivalent word. Basically, the dosha is because of the imbalance of vata, pitta and kapha. These 3 energies. Alright, I'll just give the meaning. Please understand the concept. Understand the concept, then you'll be able to understand. Because there's no exact translation. It's all the words I'm using are from Ayurveda system. The exact translation words are not there. Even the Ayurvedic books, English books, they use the same word only. They just give the meaning and they use the same word. All these 3 are responsible for our body functioning in a balanced way. Same way, all these 3 are only responsible for all our diseases. All our diseases. When we work on these 3, whatever we have inside the body, it can be completely healed. It can be completely healed. One more thing, when we work on the vata and pitta and kapha, even your bone structure will start healing itself. If somebody has got bone problems, even that will start healing itself. Because bone also is continuously created our body. Don't think you have the same bone structure. Continuously body is healing itself. Continuously body is altering itself. Continuously body is doing the repairing work. Because it is intelligence. Let me explain once more. First 10 minutes. Shake the whole body. Shake the whole body. So that your body will become liquid. Next 10 minutes. Let all the irritation come out. Third 10 minutes. Sit silently and witness whatever is happening in the body and in your mind. It's an initial preparation technique. I am preparing you, tuning the body to enter into the deeper level things.
Understand in reality and in Hindu tradition and as per Paramashiva's revelations about yoga, body is never a first person. Listen, what you feel as first person, I. You all know first person means I, second person is you, third person is he. Body is never first person. Your skin will be shining if you see your body as a second person. You will become a most handsome, glamorous, beautiful, romantic, sweet person when you see your body as a second person. You will be an amazing bogi. Real bogi is not the person who takes boga from others, who gives boga to everyone. He is the real bogi. Real bogi is the bogi who gives boga to everyone. He is extremely charismatic. Goes on giving boga to everyone. Your blood will feel like a honey when you see yourself as a second person. The moment you start cognizing your body as a second person, you are a bogi. Everything you do becomes pleasant for you and for others. From morning till night, while you are eating, see your body as a second person. Body is eating. While it's feeling tired, see, body is feeling tired. While you are feeling like sleeping, see, oh, body is feeling like sleeping. Okay, body is sleeping. Throughout the day, have this cognition. Suddenly you will see, you will become such charismatic, graceful being. A practicing Hindu is expected to see your body as second person. Practicing yogi should cognize body as third person, not even second person. If you start cognizing your body as the third person, you will manifest all kinds of possibilities. Extraordinary yogic fiats. You will not have fear in the muscles. Fear in the muscles is called pain in modern medicinal terms. Understand? Bhaya in the muscle memory is pain as per modern medicinal system. If your muscle memory do not have bhaya, it just will do anything it wants. It will not have something called pain forever. Pain is bhaya in muscle memory. There is nothing concrete about pain other than the level of fear you carry in your muscle memory. Please understand. And realize this fundamental truth. The more you move higher towards the powerful cognitions, the more bioenergy gets flooded, infused into your body. All kinds of extreme yogic fiats starts manifesting in you. Yogic possibilities starts manifesting in you when you treat your body as third person. All that the archery powers Arjuna expresses. Next, seeing body as fourth person. What is that? Listen. If you see your body as a first person, you are a bogi, sick. If you see your body as a second person, you are bogi. If you see your body as a first person, you are rogi, sick. If you see your body as a second person, you are bogi, person who enjoys and gives pleasure. very pleasant person, always pleasant, giving pleasantness to all. If you see yourself as the third person, if you see your body as the third person, you will be yogi, manifesting all the yogic fiats, yogic possibilities. If you see your body as the fourth person, what is fourth person? Means cognizing all bodies are your bodies. You can spontaneously, simultaneously operate all bodies through your will or free from the will while you are operating the body you are holding. Just like the body you are holding, how you can operate simultaneously, spontaneously, you can operate all the bodies all the time. That is what I call incarnation. Understand? If you see your body, if you cognize your body as the fourth person, you are an incarnation. The Meenakshi Sundareshwara's body is an incarnation body. They were seeing their bodies as fourth person. Then you manifest all powers. Whoever manifests powers for those few seconds, when you manifest powers, you are in the state, you see your body, you cognize your body as fourth person. Understand? If you can read through others' third eye, if you can manifest powers through others' body, those few chanas, seconds, you are in the space of fourth person. That is how you manifest powers. Whoever manifests powers through other bodies cognize themselves as fourth person for those few seconds. Understand? Understand? Yoga is all about raising yourself next level. From the first person, move to the second person. From the second person level, move to the third person. From the third person level, move to the fourth person level. That's all is yoga. Yoga, as per Paramashiva, is helping you, supporting you, step by step to move from the level of seeing your body as the first person to the seeing your body as second person, and seeing your body as third person, and seeing your body as fourth person. That's all the essence of yoga.
Now, I'll make you understand experientially not only your patterns, the way you think about you. I have some more references for you. More studies done in psychobiological connections. University College London scientists. Just to give you one or two references I have. They say even the blood chemicals, please understand, stress does not change just your blood pressure. You would have heard only your blood pressure is changed. If you get stressed, your blood pressure will go up. That only you know. But the psychobiological connections, the research is done in that line by the University College of London says, not just blood pressure, even the chemicals, ingredients of blood changes along with your stress level. If your stress level goes up, the poison level, the toxins level in your blood goes up. I wanted you to understand not only your patterns or engram, even the way you feel about you is very important for your health. Even if you don't have any external stress, but if you have a wrong idea about you, that itself can destroy your health. I have seen many villages They don't have any stress. They are not in corporate companies. They don't need to get up and just eat their breakfast while driving and land in the corporate office and whole day get kicked by the boss, and the evening come back and just sit in front of TV for 1 hour and fall asleep. No, they don't live that life. Many Indian villages still retain their innocent life. Morning slowly they will wake up around 9 o'clock, come and sit in the village tea shop and drink the tea and talk the whole politics and story, everything till 12 o'clock. Then slowly 1 o'clock take bath and go around and see the land, the agriculture happening, come back 7 o'clock and sit in front of TV till 10 in the night, fall asleep. There are people, even they fall sick and they also don't live long because the concepts they carry about themselves, the ideas they carry about themselves. So pen down all the guilts you have related to physical health, mental health, your efforts to breaking the engram, but you failed. When you fail, naturally guilt comes. Guilt becomes a strong engram and does not even allow you to do the effort once more. If you fail twice going to the gym, after paying the gym, third time you will never pay and you will never start. You will never plan for even taking the step because that guilt is there. So pen down all those guilts and major pains you experience in your life related to health. Physical pain, mental pain. Many times you even does not even want to remember about your body because you have some guilt, pain associated with it. And then worries you have related to your health. Worries are same like fear. Fear is little strong, worry is little superficial, that's all. Come on, please pen down. If you are not even able to find where they are, no one can help you. And I cannot get into you and find, only you have to find. I can only help you to break it.
Arogya Spurana. What is exactly health? How do we manifest this health? Swamiji so beautifully revealed to us some of the most important truths about health, some of the most important understandings that one needs to have pertaining to manifesting health. Swamiji said a very, very important statement. The definition of health is that if we are able to tolerate our boundary, we are healthy. Like the point that Swamiji mentioned from Taoism. When the shoe fits, the foot is forgotten. When the belt fits, the belly is forgotten. When the chain fits, the neck is forgotten. This is what all of us are right now. With our constant juggling that we have with our body is all about how we can see, how, just to let me manage to live. That's all. That is what all of us currently express, experience, or define as health for ourselves. Just let me tolerate, the boundary of we being healthy. Just, okay, if I just hit that right amount, just the borderline amount of carbs that I can eat per day, if my weight is just at the tip of not getting obese, or if my health is just at the tip of not having diabetes, I'm still fine with it. As long as I can manage, that is what we define as health. Look back into your lives. All of us, one way or the other, define health this way in our lives.
And like how Swamiji was explaining to us.
Sorry, are you all able to hear me now? Like how Swamiji was explaining to us, right? The health, listen carefully, what you feel about you, not just your lifestyle habits, not just how much of what food you're eating, are you exercising or not. It's not just these things, but in your core, how you're feeling about you. That core of you, the way you feel about you, directly impacts, influences, and affects your health. The kind of ideas that we carry, the beautiful experience of Swamiji, when Swamiji was traveling in Parivrajaka, where barefoot Swamiji walked across the length and breadth of India. Swamiji went to one village somewhere near Himalaya, and so Swamiji went and asked. Swamiji saw that village that everyone were very blissful, and Swamiji saw one young man there. He was going and he was plowing the field. Swamiji went up to him and asked, "Can you tell me where the senior most people are there in this village? And I just want to talk to them." So this man said, "Oh, you want to meet the senior most people? You can meet there in that side." Then Swamiji asked, like, "What is your age?" He said that I'm just in my youth still. I'm only 80 years old. And he said that, and then Swamiji was shocked. Swamiji is like, "You're 80 years old." And he said, "Yeah, I'm in my youth still. Why are you looking at me like as if I'm so old? Go and meet. There are people who are, I'm not yet 200 years old." He said, he shows someone and says, "Go and ask that person. That person is 136 years old." Swamiji goes and sees him. That person looks very young. And Swamiji asks him, like, Swamiji tries asking him about, how come you are so young when you're already 136? And that man said, "What do you mean? I'm still in my fit age. I'm only 136. Human beings live simply for 200 years. Swamiji explains so beautifully how, because their fundamental cognition is that human beings exist for 200 years, they did not even age. Nowadays, we think already, just in previous generation, people will start feeling that I'm old when they become 60, 70, 80, 75, 70, 80, that period, they'll start feeling they're old. Nowadays, you cross 45, people start calling themselves, "Oh, I have become too old." Because that's the cognition we all start having. Understand, it's not because of the lifestyle alone. It's because of the cognitions we carry. And there's another beautiful experience of Swamiji, where like Swamiji had actually shares this in Bhagavad Gita book. If any of you have not read Bhagavad Gita Decoded, the book of Swamiji, you should definitely check it out. It's one of the amazing books. Like this, that one book can transform your entire life. It's such an awesome book. So Swamiji was going towards Madhya Pradesh. In Madhya Pradesh is a state in India. So this was also during the Parivrajaka time. 9 years Swamiji did Parivrajaka, right? Like walking barefoot across the whole of India. So he goes to a village. It's a remote village in the state of near Madhya Pradesh. And there one group of tribal group used to live over there. An indigenous group that used to live over there. Nowadays, the science is almost lost. But we are talking about when Swamiji was doing Parivrajaka. So almost 20, 30 years before. 20 years, 35 years almost 30 years before. So at that time, there's this one village where everyone, like Swamiji was staying there, under a tree in that village, and he used to only hear like giggling sounds and like happy sounds. Never he heard any kind of conflict, any kind of pain, crying, nothing, no sort of such thing was there. And there was a hut where like people used to go, like any woman, if she becomes pregnant and she goes into labor, there was one room where they'll go and give birth to a baby. So one day, Swamiji saw that there was a woman that went in, who was in labor. She goes in, and in a few minutes' time, she comes back smiling with a baby. No, there was no someone to assist help or anything, and there was no pain, like no sound of even screaming, paining. Because see, the time when a woman gives birth, it's one of, like, we all know it as one of the most painful moments. Like, it's really painful. Sometimes, like, people go into a coma, like that kind of a pain a woman experiences. Here, this tribal woman is going inside, giving birth to a baby, and coming back outside along with the baby in a matter of minutes with no sound. Like, she's only happy and she walks smiling. Walks smiling. So Swamiji went and asked the village chief, like, what is going on? How come the women here are not experiencing the pain? Because it's common for any human to even go through it. So that time, the village chief explained that because they told Swamiji, because we have a tradition in our village, the moment the woman hits puberty, we worship her. We start worshipping her. She becomes a deity for all of us. So we start worshipping her. And the whole process is celebrated. And there's no concept of pain will be there during any such period. And during pregnancy or when they go through their monthly cycle, there is no concept of pain. Swamiji then explained that because that became their lifestyle, that one small group of these indigenous people carried this in their very bio-memory, muscle memory and bio-memory, where all that they would be carrying inside them was they didn't even have the idea about pain in them. They did not carry that there is a suffering. Because of that, they, in such a worse situation, like where anyone else would have felt pain, excruciating pain, this group did not go through any pain. Understand? So the cognitions that we carry inside us matter. That's why we're going to do this workshop now, where we are going to be looking into the homework that Swamiji gave all of us. That exact workshop we are going to do now. Nithyananda, Ma Kalyani, and Ma Devika Rani, Leda, Nithyanandam, and Nithyanandam to all the participants who are watching us live via YouTube, Facebook, all the social media platforms. You can directly interact with us by posting your messages, doubts, questions in the comment section so that we can directly read and address your questions if you have any. All right. So now we are going to be doing the workshop. I request everyone, please take your paper and pen. You're going to look inside you and describe in detail the major fears that you experience in your life related to health, both physical and mental health. And second, like fears meaning when, for example, the first time you saw someone fall, fell ill, and you started having a deep fear. Oh God, what if I also get this fever? Or you saw someone, like I remember, and when I was very young, I watched a movie where it will show that a hero just loses, he gets hit on his head and he goes mad and he loses his mental health. And I used to have such a deep fear that even if I hit my head on a door or something, I used to feel so scared that, oh God, what will happen if because of this I lose my mental health? What will happen? Like it will be a strong fear. Like this, any major fear, major guilt, major pain, and major worry. In these four categories related to your health, both physical and psychological. Take a few minutes, physical health and mental health. Take a few minutes and write this in detail. Please start now.
Now, pin down all the major pains and worries that you have pertaining to health. If you are finished with fears and guilts, write down next the major pains and worries pertaining to health that you have in detail. Sometimes it's physical, sometimes it's psychological. Write down both physical and psychological. Pen down both of them. Take a few minutes.
Now, after that beautiful internalization exercise, after understanding, looking in deep, understanding what our ideas about health have been up till now, diagnosing that, understanding that, completing with that. To complete with the Vata, Pitta and Kapha doshas, we are going to be now entering into a beautiful Kriya. The Arogya Spurana Kriya, the Kriya for health. To balance these Vata, Pitta and Kapha doshas, Swamiji says the Vata, Pitta and Kapha in us are the three components of our body. We can understand Pitta as the bile in our body, the Vata as the gas, the air element in our body, and the Kapha as the mucus, the phlegm in our body. The first thing we're going to do is work on our body to remove the unnecessary toxins. In Sanskrit, it's called doshas. These are only the toxins what we understand. This which happens due to the imbalance of Vata, Pitta and Kapha. Very beautifully during Swamiji's own test, when the Ayurvedic doctor tested Swamiji's Vata and Pitta and Kapha, they said he was Samadosha, means all three are in complete balance. They said they had never seen a body like that before. These three are what are responsible for our body working in a balanced way and what are responsible for all our diseases. If you go to any Ayurvedic doctor, the first thing they will check your pulse and they'll find out the imbalance that is there in the Vata, Pitta and Kapha. Any problem within the body can be healed by balancing these three. Even your bone structure, literally the fracture can be healed when you work on these three, is what Swamiji is saying. We're going to be entering into a very powerful Kriya for this. So I would request all the participants to be ready. For this Kriya. Very beautifully, the Shastra Pramana, the Pramanas, which is we are able to see from the Rig Veda, which refers to the cosmology known as Sankhya, which lies at the base of both Ayurveda and Yoga, contains verses on the nature of health and disease, pathogenesis and principles of treatment. Kaya bala grahordhvanga shalya damshtra jara vrishan ashtavangani tasyahush chikitsayeshu samshrita vayuf pittan kaphascheti trayodoshah samasatah vikrittadeham gnananti te vartayanti cha. This is from the Ashtanga Hridayam, Adhyaya of 1, the main treatise on Ayurveda, where it beautifully explains how the base of all diseases is the Vata, Pitta and Kapha. This Kriya you're going to do now is what we are going to be doing to balance this Vata, Pitta and Kapha. To balance this Vata, Pitta and Kapha, Swamiji has given us a very beautiful 3-step Kriya to work on the Vata, Pitta and Kapha. See, as I was mentioning, all diseases, the source is the imbalance in the Vata, Pitta and Kapha. So for all of you who are here today to manifest your health, you can keep it make sure you're doing this Kriya very intensely, very sincerely. You're going to be balancing the Vata and Pitta and Kapha. Swamiji says your Pitta is directly related to your visualization, to your breath, the breath level of you. The Vata is directly related to your verbalization, to the length level. And Kapha is related to consciousness, the decision making, the will persistence, the depth level of you. That is why if Pitta becomes too much, your visualization will be imbalanced. If your Vata becomes too much, your verbalization will be imbalanced. And if your Kapha gets imbalanced, your consciousness also goes out of balance. These three are the direct cause of all diseases and all health in your body. So let's enter into the Kriya. So we'll start the Kriya. The first step of this Kriya is you will be shaking your whole body. So you can stand up and start the Kriya by shaking your whole body. Your whole body will become a liquid. It will take 10 minutes. And for this first step of this Kriya, please ensure you're doing the Kriya very sincerely. This is the direct process Swamiji has given to heal your body from all diseases. So can I request all the participants to stand up and start the shaking your body intensely. Very beautiful. I see many people starting the Kriya. Can have all the participants do this Kriya very intensely. Shake your body. Literally let yourself become a liquid completely. shake your hands, your legs, your neck. Can literally move like 1,000 snakes are in your body, like a liquid. Completely leaving yourself loose. stand up and intensely slowly relax and stop shaking. Now, continue standing. Can I request all the participants? Continue standing. Let all your irritation come out. We just completed with the visualization. Now completing with the verbalization. Whenever you carry irritation, you imbalance the pitta. Throw out all the negativity which you are carrying. Empty the irritation. Let it come out in the form of shouting, crying, screaming. Whatever is arising in your inner space, let all the irritation, anger, negativity come out. This is the imbalance in the visualization, in the pitta. Just scream it. Cry, shout, any emotions arising. Completely express it. You can be rest assured the focus mode is on. Other than the acharyas, nobody can see you. So be completely free and express yourself completely. Shout, scream. Continue standing for this. Can continue standing for this round of the kriya. Scream, cry, shout. Just express all your irritation completely. relax and slowly relax. That intense silence and peace that comes within from expressing all the irritation. Just sit down now. After that intensity, sit. Sit silently. Preferably sit on the floor. Witness whatever is happening in the body and the mind. Whether the irritation is continuing, silence is arising, whatever pull and push, ups and downs happening now. Witness it. Observe the observer. All the participants, you can now settle down, sit silently without any movement in your body and just witness whatever is happening. Let's spend a few minutes on the last step of the Kriya. Just witness all the thoughts arising, all the feelings, irritations, good feelings, bad feelings, whatever is arising in the body and mind. Just observe it. Slowly open your eyes. In that space of oneness, of complete silence and completion, we're going to enter into the power manifestation session now. We'll be continuing as we did in the first round, being able to identify the right medicine for any diseases. You can slowly open your eyes, settle down. The more and more we get our body to balance, then Paramashiva is able to manifest with us. Swamiji says, consciousness at its ultimate level as a power, it does not have any rules or limits that bind it. But when it manifests through the human body, the principles, it has its certain principles, its certain laws. Like how you have the laws of gravity, the laws of electromagnetic force, etc. The consciousness also, when it functions through the human body, functions through certain laws. And the most important for that is a detoxed body. Only through a yogic body can an awakened consciousness function. That is the key to power manifestation. Now, let's be continuing the power of identifying the right medicine for any disease. We can all start, connect to a partner. Can I request all the participants, you can connect to a partner within the Zoom itself. I saw Majena and Ramasamy, all of you doing the Kriya so intensely. That intensity in the Kriya itself will manifest as powers now. Are we ready to start? So you can connect to a partner and you can scan them first, whatever issues are in their body. Any imbalances they are experiencing, heat, hunger, any kind of imbalances, whether it's in their sleep, whether it's physically, mentally, you can scan that and you can identify the exact solution, that the third eye, that Paramashiva's solution for that issue. Let's start. Let's all start pairing up. Ma Jayanti, Ma Julie Silla, Ma Alicia. Yes, we can start pairing up for this round of manifestation. Ma Maheshri, Ma Suvignana Swarupini. Scan first any issue they have, and as you're scanning, you can identify the cure for that disease also. So whatever issue, whatever imbalance is there in the body. Let's start. Just connect to Paramashiva. Remember, the source of your consciousness and Paramashiva's consciousness is exactly one and the same. There is no difference in it. In quality, you are the same. Maybe in quantity, you may be different, but at the base quality, you and Paramashiva are one and the same.
And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song.
As Paramashiva, that space of responsibility, of pure energy, you can share with your partner the solution to anything that is
Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Ma Ratnaprabha, ma not necessarily there's no current also no issues. Power manifestation will happen just the same. Actually, in Gurukul, whenever we used to do the power of the third eye, especially, we would like it more if it's darker because the third eye gets more active when you're not using the two eyes. You can have everyone do Ma Jiyana and Ramasamy, Anada Yoga Priya. You can also do the power manifestation. Connect to a partner and do the power manifestation. Just connect to Swamiji. In that space of oneness with Swamiji, whatever appears in your third eye. Meaning what? When you're keeping yourself untouched from the thoughts that are happening, when you are sitting there consciously deciding yourself as Paramashiva. At that moment, whatever appears in your third eye, just reveal it exactly like that to your partner.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
You can all relax, share whatever you are able to see with your partner. Ma Zentiao, Ma Jianain, whatever you are scanning, you can share it with your partner. So Ma Priyatma Surupini and Ma Alicia Morrissey doing the power manifestation very intensely. Let's all share with our partner whatever was appearing in our third eye during this scanning process. How many of us manifested? Ma Priyesha has asked a question. My food and lifestyle is disciplined, but I slip at times. In my cognition, I'm absolutely young as Paramashiva. Even if my lifestyle is inconsistent, will I remain intact in my youthfulness? Ma, actually, when you make a conscious decision to manifest Paramashiva, you automatically, your lifestyle, your food, everything will align. See, as long as we have not made a conscious decision, as long as we're going by the various hundreds of unconscious decisions we have taken only, will there be an issue itself coming up? The minute you have taken a conscious decision, Ma, you will see very clearly how all the lifestyle, everything gets connected into that. So I think you had asked this question sometime before, but I just wanted to answer this where when you make a conscious decision, that's all matters, because Swamiji says your conscious visualization, your conscious will is highly revered in the cosmos. For anything, whether it's health, wealth, anything, when you make a conscious decision, you say, I am Paramashiva. Whether or not I have experienced it, then Swamiji is telling me I am Paramashiva, he is right. From that confidence, when you take the conscious decision, then automatically everything just changes in your life. Everything will automatically align to that decision. Now we're going to be entering into a very beautiful session about Kayakalpa. Swamiji says Kayakalpa is the science which was given to Agastya. When with his power manifestation, he started reviving all the dead people. So then Paramashiva came to him and said, no, you don't do this. I will give you the science of how to live forever. And gave this Kayakalpa science to Agastya. This is the science of immortality. Okay? This Swamiji says the science of Kayakalpa is when you're able to play with the strong nuclear force in nature. Let's now listen to this from Swamiji himself.
The sacred secret science of Kayakalpa is Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa to the whole humanity, to the whole world today. From today, Paramashiva will reveal the great sacred secret science of Kayakalpa. Understand? Search for healthy life, long life, healthy long life was done by human beings from time immemorial. Through their seeking, research, experiences, expertise, human beings have discovered many things. to have long, healthy life in various civilizations. In Saraswati civilization, in Ganges civilization, in Hindu civilization, in African civilizations, in Egyptian civilizations, in various civilizations, a lot of things were invented, discovered, reinvented, rediscovered. First and foremost, let's bow down to Ganapati, who is the manifestation, the greatest manifestation of Paramashiva. Listen. Out of your consciousness, you 3D printed, consciously 3D printed this physical structure, Annamaya Kosha, breathing structure, Pranamaya Kosha, mental structure, Manomaya Kosha, cognition structure, Vijnanamaya Kosha, conscious structure, Anandamaya Kosha, from your superconsciousness, from your core, Paramashiva himself. Understand? Because you printed, you have powers to reprint, alter, evolve, rejuvenate, rebuild any part or fully. First secret I want all of you to know. Continuously give love. You will live long, healthily. Listen to this first secret. Love everyone. Go on be loving as many people as possible, as many things as possible. Expand your zone of love. Expand your space of love. I tell you, love is such powerful energy. When you give the smile and love, the way others respond to you, react to you, and the way you start feeling about yourself, and the way again you experience you, and the kind of chemicals and hormones you release inside you, and the way you feel secure about yourself and others, it just becomes virtuous circle. Listen carefully. Giving love to yourself, giving love to others, more and more people, more and more situations, more and more beings giving love, taking intense decisions to enrich world, enrich others, Tyaga. Tyaga removes all the negativity from not only your mind, it removes negativity even from your intestine. The parasites, microbes from your intestine gets clean. Gets clean. When you start smiling at people, loving people, giving security to people, making people feel secured about you, with you, around you, this Kayakalpa Yoga is fundamentally the science of Jiva Samadhi, Swarupa Samādhi and Jiva Samadhi. See, Jiva Samadhi means you can decide when you want to leave the body. You can live as long as you want, 100 years, 200 years, and leave the body when you want. And when you leave the body also, it will not be dead. It will be like a living, like how Paramashivan's body never deteriorated. There was no signs of death on Paramashivan's body. Paramashivananda is one of the greatest incarnations. This Kayakalpa Yoga. This science is to achieve the Jiva Samadhi. Means when you leave the body, the body will not be dead like a normal person. You will sit in Samadhi, you will stop using the body, but the body will be alive. Like that you can sit in Samadhi for 200-300 years also. In India, we have great Jiva Samadhis. My own gurus, Raghupati Yogi and Kuppammal and Isakki Swami, all three of them are Jiva Samadhis. I have seen with my own eyes. Isakki Swami, after he left the body, 3 days after that, we took the body, and when we were putting him in the Samadhi, just automatically his legs got folded and got into Padmasana. Not only I saw, there are many eyewitnesses. Even now in Tiruvannamalai they are there. All of them saw that. It happened in open place. Body which is used intensely remains healthy. Internal organs which is active intensely remains healthy and continues to function long. Mind which remains sincere continues to be focused on the goal of life. Consciousness naturally, spontaneously, simultaneously, listen to this word, spontaneously and simultaneously manifest through all these three layers: mind, internal organs, and body. all these three, when they remain sincere, let me give you deeper explanation. Use the body more and more. You will be very healthy, energetic. Use the internal organs more and more. Every time when you fast, all the internal organs of your body starts working. Every time you fast for 24 hours, the whole system becomes alive, activated. That is why I insist at least 2 times do this to you every week. Understand? Be good to yourself at least 2 times a week. That's the best pampering you can do to you. Anyone who wants to live royal life, listen. Eating like a pig, whenever you can, whatever you get, is the cheapest way of treating yourself. Listen. It's like treating yourself like garbage bag, garbage can, dustbin. Once in a week, treat yourself good. I'll highly recommend at least twice. If you are an initial level seeker, once a week. If you are very sincere about enlightenment, twice a week. Treat yourself royal. It means stop eating. 24 hours, just absolutely no food. If you can, dry fasting. If not, just water is okay. Water fasting. All your internal organs will become alive. As I said, the best food for your body is what is already gathered and stored inside your body. Allow the body to eat itself without giving food from outside. Listen carefully. I have seen people who don't eat because they don't have, but people don't eat even though they have for a purpose, higher purpose, they don't eat. I have seen both kind of human beings. I have seen extreme poverty. I have seen very powerful royal people who don't eat not because they don't have, but because they have a higher purpose to exist, they stop eating. The difference I have seen in both the bodies, people who don't eat because of poverty, their body doesn't shine. People who don't eat because of the higher purpose, their whole skin shines because the cognition, purpose adds sincerity, Shraddha and Shraddha has capacity to generate ojas and tejas. Ojas means pure energy. Tejas means shining power. I am actually giving you the secret science of Kayakalpa. The food, when it is physical, your longevity and health reduces. When it becomes liquid, your longevity and health increases. When it becomes just pure prana, your longevity and health increases much more. This Mauna Swami, he used to sit in that Ilippai tree breathing space. The Ilippai tree, it used to be a tall tree. All trees have their own breathing space. To the level, to the length, to the circumference, they spread their flower, fruit smell is their breathing space. So this temple tower in which this Mauna Swami was sitting comes within the breathing space of that Ilippai tree. So when he sits there and does his pranayama, that Ilippai tree's smell, breathing space, goes into his body, his internal organs receive glucose, sugar, directly just from the prana without taking any white sugar, brown sugar, anything from external source. I tell you, just if you do the detox properly, cleanse all the parasites and microbes, your whole system will become such healthy. Arunagiri Yogeshwara has given me a very sacred secret about biochemistry of Turyatita. Listen. Rasavada, alchemistry science mapped to your body is biochemistry science. Biochemistry of Paramashivatva. I'll repeat these words in Tamil because I heard it in Tamil from him. Kabam uyir kabadappa kolayarukka uyir kolayarum. It means the kaba energy, kava component of that vada pitta kapha doshas. In Ayurveda there are 3 doshas, vada pitta kapha. The kapha dosha, it's an energy also if you know how to use it. This kapha dosha will destroy the life energy. There's one more word he used. Korai, that word has two meanings. One, mucus. Another one, coveredness. He said, the mucus in you will make your consciousness covered. When you become covered, you start thinking there are multiple people in your life and there are multiple people paying in your life, and you start continuously blaming others. Understand? Blaming others is the quality of the covered. Even if others are attacking you, if it is reality, even if it is fact, taking responsibility and solving the problem is courage. Whether others are attacking you is your imagination or fact or reality, taking responsibility for it and solving is the quality of courageous being. Blaming others, cognizing others, putting the responsibility on others is cowardness. In Tamil, there is one word, korai. That word has two meanings. One, mucus. Another one, cowardness. My guru told me, கோழை உயிர்கோழையப்பா, கோழை உயிர்கோழையாக்கும். It means, I'll give you the gist of what he transmitted to me, what he blessed me. As the biochemistry of science of waking up to Turyatita, if you practice this science for 1 month, 2 paksha, we can make the samyama, Turyatita samyama. For 2 paksha, do this alchemy. Avoid all food related to kapha and mucus in your body. Mucus-free food. Understand clearly. All the coveredness of your willpower, see, your willpower experiences coveredness in 3 levels. 1, not feeling powerful to manifest what you want. 2, not thinking through, planning or acting. 3, strongly feeling your opposite powers, opponents, other than you, are extremely powerful. It may be persons, situations, places. All of them are extremely powerful. They may overpower you. The intense fear. All these are definitions of coveredness, of will. When your will collapses into coveredness, these are all the experiences you manifest. I tell you, too simple. Change your biochemistry, the whole problem will be solved. I have seen when I applied my Guru's words in my life, I have seen this in my life. Whenever my disciples obeyed me and used these methods and techniques, I have seen them going through amazing transformation. You can make it like a Pauranami to Pauranami or Amavasya to Amavasya. Take this up. Eat only fruits, vegetables, spinach. Just only these three. No grain, no animal products like a milk or honey, nothing else. Just these three. Fruits. All fruits okay. All vegetables okay. All spinach okay. 1 month, just this diet. Listen carefully. Mucus is not something which affects only the activity, functionality of your lungs. It goes and settles even in other vital organs and starts making the fat accumulation, inflammation. For fatty liver, mucus is the first reason. Fat, you see, inflammation in your liver and fatty liver, mucus is the first reason. Then fat gets built. That's secondary. I have a very powerful natural recipe to cleanse all the inflammation, mucus, kapha from your body. Just take 5 pieces of garlic and 1/4 spoon turmeric powder, all organic. 1/2 spoon jeera. I can project this recipe. I am projecting this recipe. 5 parts of garlic, 1/4 spoon of turmeric, 1/2 teaspoon jeera. Boil in water. Crush all ingredients in mortar and pestle and drink at night. It can really detox you. I will say this is one of the nectar for Kayakalpa.
So beautifully Swamiji explained to all of us where what is Kayakalpa? What is the science of Kayakalpa? And how you can have this Kayakalpa in you. How to make your body into a Kayakalpa body. Such a powerful science what we just learned. And Swamiji also gave us a recipe. Did you all note down the detox recipe? Did you all take note of the detox recipe? Very, very powerful. And Swamiji also gave us the samyama that we can do, the diet that we can follow for living, like for having a mucus-free body. Like your diet, if it is mucus-free, it can help you tremendously. And Swamiji explained the science so powerfully. Swamiji had explained this to us. See, out of your consciousness, from your super consciousness, from your core, Paramashiva himself is 3D printed, consciously 3D printed your physical structure, Annamaya Kosha, breathing structure, Pranamaya Kosha, mental structure, Manonmaya Kosha, cognition structure, Vijnanamaya Kosha, conscious structure, Anandamaya Kosha. Because you printed, you have the powers to reprint, alter, evolve, rejuvenate, build any part, or even fully rebuild yourself. Take a few minutes. I request all of you to type this one powerful cognition, and please post this one powerful cognition on Facebook now. Hope all of you have written down now. See, Kayakalpa Yoga, science to achieve Jiva Samadhi means you have the power to live as long as you want. 100 years, 200 years, how many ever years you want, how many ever number of years you want to live, you will have the power to live it. Understand, when you leave the body also, it will not be like dead. It will not, your body will not rot. It will not deteriorate, like get destroyed. Instead, you will just, your body will be like a flower even after you leave the body. The power, Kaya Kalpa, it's a physical power. The principle of Kaya Kalpa is, when your intake becomes subtler and subtler, the availability becomes eternal. When your food is solid, it will not be available all the time. And the digestion and excretion is a big job. If your intake becomes pure energy, prana, then the internal organs are kept alive, active, without the need for filtering that energy. How many of you are understanding this? We actually have a very powerful samyama called as the Nirahara Samyama. Where Swamiji actually makes us to go beyond even the necessity of food.
Like how plants, right, during the using the photosynthesis process, they all can create food for themselves. Each of our body has the innate ability to create food for ourselves. Each of our bodies has the ability to create food for ourselves, just like how plants do. Swamiji, using the Nirahara Samyama, awakens our body's innate ability to generate food for ourselves. And that is the science of Nirahara Samyama. Actually, tons of people have done this Nirahara Samyama successfully, and so many people are a witness to this. Like even she has done Nirahara Samyama for I think 6 months, right? Almost 1.5 years.
Yes. And Swamiji also explained to us one of the most powerful ways how you can detox the parasites in your intestine. Listen, Swamiji said, giving love to yourself and others, smiling at people, making people feel secured about being around you, and taking intense decisions to enrich the world and tyaga, sacrifice, cleanses and detoxes the parasites, microbes from your intestine. Your whole system will become so healthy, and simply Kayakalpa will start happening through you. Again, this is another very powerful cognition. I request all of you to take a few minutes and type down this one cognition. I request all of you to do this. Is such, see, understand. Many times you feel like just a smile, just me smiling can do a difference. Yes. Your one smile, you will just be looking and smiling. But understand it has an impact on your very intestine. We all want to have a healthy body, like a really healthy body. And now I see so many of you widely starting to smile. Okay, a good decision. Understand? See, the moment just being loving. Take a moment. I request all of you to type every single word that Swamiji has told here. Type it and post it. Come on, take a few minutes. Quickly start typing this. All of you take a moment. Type this and post it. Come on. Type this exact cognition and please post. Nithyanandam. All of you typed out. I see only some of you who are typing. All others, please type it out. It's a very important cognition. Mohongzu, that is okay. I see your message. First thing I realized is people live so isolated, no eye contact even. They don't even see I'm smiling or looking at them. It's true, but it's okay. Let us start from somewhere. When you start giving that love, you start radiating that love through you. It'll first thing it will do to you, it will just heal you tremendously. You will feel, how many of you just during darshan, you're sitting and seeing Swamiji and you see that love that is radiating through Swamiji. It's just seeing Swamiji puts you in that love. How many of you experienced it? And you feel so healed inside. Nithyanandam, Ma Kitty, Nithyanandam, nice to have you here. Kitty, from where are you from? Nice to have you here. You're asking for a link. Which link exactly you're asking, Ma? I request you to, if you could just please let me know. I see you're asking heartfelt link. If you could tell me specifically, definitely our team would immediately share that link with you, Ma. And Ma Kalyani, are you also there? Nithyanandam, sorry, I just missed your message on YouTube. Ma Kalyani. The contribution link, Ma Kitty, definitely we will share that with you. Our team would be posting that in the chat in just a few minutes. Where are you from? Nice to have you here. Where are you from? And I also, I think a few days ago, you had also expressed that you are interested to be a part of Kailasa, to become a sannyasi. Please let me know, because we can immediately send you the link where you could sign up for that also. So kindly do let me know about that. And where are you from? Ma Kalyani K from YouTube. You have asked a question. Please help me to come out of past thoughts. The completion process that we do helps a lot in coming out of the past thoughts and past memories. We'll help you that process of completion now, but please let me know if you are here listening. Mahongsu said, I know it's just for realization, but it's a good practice. It feels much more energy and power. Absolutely. Mahongli Wong is saying, giving love to yourself, others, smiling at people. Yes, she just posted the powerful cognition. Wonderful. I think many of you who have already posted in other Zooms also, but still a lot more of you have not yet posted. Can I request all of you to post? Ma Shukrendrananda, Chinese participants can post it even in Chinese language, but I just request everyone to type it and post it. If you could just tell, sorry, in case you're translating, request if you could tell all the Chinese participants that they can post this just in Chinese itself. The link is the contribution link. Ma Kitty, the contribution link is events.kailasa.org/payment. So that is the link. You can go to that link and make your offering. Events.kailasa.org/payment. All right. So now, since all of you have typed out, see, the food, when it is physical, your longevity and health drastically reduces. When it becomes a liquid, your longevity and health increase. when it becomes just pure prana, your longevity and health increases way much more. Actually, Swamiji says this is the very way how Swamiji is one of Swamiji's gurus, Mauna Swami, with whom Swamiji explored the science of Kayakalpa as a child. He used to sit under the Iluppai tree. It's called as Iluppai Maram in Tamil. All trees have their own breathing space where they spread their fruits and smell. So until the place where a tree's flowers or its fruit smell or its fragrance, like the tree's smell reaches, it's called as the breathing space of that tree. So he used to sit in the breathing space of an Iluppai tree, Iluppai Maram, and all the trees had their own breathing space, and the temple tower in which Mauna Swami used to sit comes within the breathing space of the Iluppai tree. So when he sits there and does his pranayama, that Iluppai tree's smell, breathing space goes into his body. His internal organs receive glucose, sugar directly from that prana. Understand? Without taking any form of sugar, no honey, no sugar, no brown sugar, nothing. Without taking anything from external source, just by inhaling this prana of the tree, he used to empower his internal organs, energize his internal organs with the required amount of glucose. Wow, what an advanced science. This science is called as the Kayakalpa, where you literally start living on air, prana. The most powerful Kumbhaka is Trinetra Kumbhaka. So now we are going to be practicing Trinetra Kumbhaka. It awakens the Kundalini Shakti, the cosmic union with Paramashiva, rebuilds your body, burns all the bad muscle memory, biomemory, and does everything best. Your whole prana sharira will become aligned with the full Kundalini Shakti. Now, you can do this every day. Start at 11 times in the morning and 11 times in the evening. After 2-3 days, make it into 21, then slowly 42, then slowly do 108. Now, we are going to do for 10 minutes, 11 times we are going to do. Listen to the steps carefully, then we'll do it also and show to you. Inhale through your left nostril as much as you can and comfortably hold. Going to first inhale through the left nostril as long as you can and as comfortably as you can, and hold both the nostrils without exhaling. You're not going to exhale. Okay, you're going to inhale and hold it. Next, you're going to inhale through the right nostril. You're not going to exhale this air out. You're inhaling and holding. And inhale without exhaling. Inhale through the right nostril and hold. And inhale through both the nostrils. Hold as long as you can, as comfortably as you can. Automatically, the body itself will balance itself by exhaling a little. Don't worry about that. Hold as much as you can comfortably. At one point, when you feel you cannot hold it anymore, you're going to exhale through the left nostril. So,
Hold as long as you can without exhaling. Now inhale through the right nostril and hold without exhaling. Hold as long as you're comfortable. Now inhale through both the nostrils without exhaling. And hold for as long as you can. And exhale through the left nostril. This is one cycle.
So like this, you're going to do 11 cycles. Are all of you clear? You're going to do this whole cycle 11 times. We're going to project the steps also for all of you. And all of you are going to be doing this process. Please start.
the same space. Let us all enter into the next session. You all can relax slowly, very slowly. Please relax. Now, we're all going to be entering into the next part, where each of you are going to be manifesting a very particular power of identifying blood group of anyone that you will. Whoever you want to manifest with, whoever you want to scan and identify, you're going to be manifesting the power of body scanning, where you're going to be scanning, identifying the exact issue the other person has, exact blood group of the other person, and you're going to be verifying. Let's make this short and quick, okay? Now, each of you that are here, connect to another person that is there, okay? One of the partners. You're only going to keep it short, just one round with each person, and you're going to be manifesting quickly where you scan another person's blood group. Shall we start? Come on, let's start. Take a few minutes. Please scan the other person. Identify whatever blood group you're seeing through the third eye. Tell, share with them, and let them post it.
Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nityanandam. Now, as all of you have finished manifesting, let's move to the next and a very important session for today's initiation, where we're going to learn about the technology of spiritual healing.
Understand? You have 7 major energy centers. About these 7 major energy centers, almost all religions talk. The 8th energy center, where all these 7 merge, became one with, is what is Anandagandha. That is why I say it is not even a separate chakra, it is a space, source of superconscious energy, where the matter comes in direct contact with consciousness, where the consciousness is directly touching the matter. It is the experience where the consciousness has samyoga into matter, where matter has samyoga with consciousness. When you relax into that space, consciousness fills matter. So naturally, the superconscious healing happens. It is the highest happening which can happen to matter, not just physical healing or mental healing, radiating pure consciousness. The source of Anandagandha, which is source of spiritual superconscious healing, is the ultimate science towards enlightenment, not just physical healing or mental healing. Physical healing also happens because your very DNA structure gets re-altered when you relax into superconscious state. The other day I was reading a book, The Biology of Belief. A great scientist who has done a great service to spiritual tradition. His researches really prove even The very DNA structure can be changed if your consciousness infiltrates the matter. Anandagandha chakra is the door where consciousness can infiltrate matter, where it can fill you. Where it can give you the extraordinary conscious experience, means breakthrough in human consciousness. I tell you, even the definition of enlightenment I am updating and upgrading. Understand, I am not only updating the definition of enlightenment, I am upgrading the experience of enlightenment to human bodies. The possibility, the highest possibility which can be experienced in human body, even that highest possibility is being raised. That is why I am saying, I am upgrading the highest conscious happening on the human body. I am breaking the very consciousness on which they are standing. I am giving a breakthrough to the whole human consciousness. I am inviting all the people who feel the sacredness of my work, my contribution to the human society, to drop small differences, to drop all these petty ideas, one or two if you carry, and gather together to spread this science to the world and protect it without being extincted, destroyed by these unconscious groups, establishments. I am giving open invitation. Whoever feels helped by what I am doing, sympathetic towards what I am doing, feeling friendly for what I am doing, feels this ought to be done to save planet Earth, I invite all of you to drop these petty, foolish, small ideas, self-centered sufferings. If you are self-centered constantly, you will create suffering for you. Drop all those foolish things. Let's stand together to preserve, protect and spread this great science of Anandagandha, the great process of giving breakthrough, great breakthrough, transformation to human consciousness. The very science itself cannot be described in one session. I'll try to give you the glimpse. The higher you move in your chakras, the more subtle you become. The subtlest possible chakra is Anandagandha chakra, where you are no more ordinary human and just disappeared into the extraordinary superconsciousness. The technique or the process is two. One, if it has to be done just by your effort, unclutching. If it can be done with my effort also, process. If it has to be done only by me,
initiation. Please understand, we are always taught genes are responsible for our diseases. No, it's not true. Even your DNA is not responsible. The quality of your consciousness is responsible. The quality of consciousness can directly change DNA. Asan Church very beautifully proves even the persistent diseases handed over to you by the previous generations, like cancer, sugar, blood pressure, heart diseases, even they can be just altered, changed, transformed by the quality of your consciousness. Another one research proves only 35% of your DNA is responsible, only 35%, for what you are, who you are, how you are, and all the major factors like your longevity, disease, health and everything. Only 35%. The science of epigenetics and the epigenome opens a new door to the great truths declared by Patanjali and Swatmarama. Patanjali in Raja Yoga Sutras and Swatmarama in Hatha Yoga Sutras. Shiva Sutras says very clearly, the man who is in perfect health just by his nisangalpa, means the intentionless consciousness, can transmit that to a human being or any being. That is what is exactly the science of healing. If I have to give one example, I can give the example of Gandhari in Mahabharata giving birth to 101 kids, 100 male and 1 female. She got aborted. The rishi saw the flesh and really felt bad for the mother. Mother was unconsolable. So he makes 100 pots filled with ghee and different herbs, and the stem cell, the same process used in stem cell, the human cloning. First human cloning happened on the planet Earth, and 101 beings came out of the 101 pots, 100 male and 1 female. And there are hundreds of other proofs how the science of stem cells was used. Understand? In body, 2 things. One, stem cell production. Second, early stem cell production means a different quality of stem cell which becomes part of the body, organs of the body. Same way in the cosmos, 2 things are happening. One, creation of different planets. Second, creation of a space where life can exist. Compassion is responsible for one planet becoming many planets. Let me enjoy myself. That mood is responsible for creating a space where life can happen.
I can say at least few million spaces exist in the cosmos where life is existing. Where life is existing. Same way, in the microcosm, in the body, for stem cell to become many, the reason is bhakti, the devotion. Second thing, how the early stem cell production happens. The stem cells which become part of your organs. I saw surrender. Surrender is nothing but the devotion which became part of your biomemory. The stabilized devotion is surrender. Surrender means, see, devotion means where you and the person or the object or the space to which you are devoted, both exist. But in surrender, you say, let you exist, that's enough. Nothing else is required. I am so happy to dissolve in you. Just be lost in the sweetness which happens in my mouth when I remember you. I am ready to lose myself in that sweetness, in that joy, in that taste. Surrender makes early stem cells which becomes part of your organs. I wanted to share a few things about the extraordinary researches and discoveries done by the disciples of Maharishi Mahesh Yogi on Vedic literature and how the Vedic literature corresponds to special aspects of human physiology. Beautifully they proved 40 branches of Vedic literature in structure and function matches the human physiology like various organs, organ systems and nervous systems. By Professor Tony Nader, very beautifully in his research says that human body is a replica of Vedas and the Vyakarana in Vedic literature is hypothalamus of the brain and Nyaya is thalamus of brain. And another one very important research is they have done research on the cancer cells to determine the influence of Samaveda and rock music on it. All the cancer cells influenced by Samaveda started decreasing in growth and the rock music increased the growth of cancer cells. It's very surprising research. They proved it. And they have done some more studies on how the fever is healed by Vishnu Sahasranama, diuresis, the urination problems, Mutra Mochana, diabetes, Rudrashtaka, for anti-aging, Gayatri Mantra was used. Now I will try to give my insight on the Nada Brahma. It's a sound which is source of everything. So when the sound vibrations are altered, the whole consciousness is altered. The reflection of consciousness in your body, mind and brain is altered. When the reflection of your consciousness on the body, mind and brain is altered, the physiology of the body, mind and brain gets altered. Please understand, when I say physiology of a mind, I mean mind does have a physiology. It has a clear structure. I have seen Raghupati Yogi, my yoga master, playing with sounds. He will take a stone and create a sound, like as if that stone is hit by a hammer. That stone will become two pieces. It will become pieces. The same way iron rope. He will take iron rope and create a sound through the tongue, as if it is hit by a powerful tool, weapon, cutter. It will just break into pieces. And he will create a sound like throwing a stone. The bird from the tree will fall. And just he will close one nostril. Through the other nostril he will blow the air in such a way he can even alter the smell of the air. He will just inhale and blow the air in a very proportionate way. From the stomach he will generate certain smell and release it through the air. I have seen. He used to make Siddha medicines also, for which he needs snake venom, snake poison. So he will just do some kind of a pranayam, create a sound and release a particular smell through the nose. The snakes will automatically come near him as if they are in the sexual orgasm. When the snakes get into the intercourse, two snakes, they will roll on the ground and they will move just by rolling. Only if you have seen, if you are from Indian village and seen, you will understand what I am talking. They will not move like a normal way. They will be rolling on the ground, unmoving. They will completely be rolling, unmoving. I have seen the snakes getting into that kind of an orgasmic mood just by the smell. Just by the smell he releases, they will get into that mood and come towards him as if they are in that ecstasy. And all he will do is he will have a small cup, the stone cup, and he will take that snake and put the mouth and take the venom and release them. Just through sound, he will insert certain sound inside the body and create a smell from the body and release it through the nostrils. First you need to play with silence. Then automatically the whole science of playing with sound will be revealed to you. Playing with silence is the technique to achieve the state of playing with the sound. Playing with silence means getting into the deep silence through unclutching. So play with silence by unclutching.
In quantum physics, there is a term entanglement. Means, when one energy source entangles with another, they interfere with each other. This interference can be highly positive and transformative and harmonious. Please understand, if one energy source comes in contact with another, if one energy source entangles with another, they interfere with each other. That interference can be harmonious and highly positive and transforming. Another one physicist, Amit Goswami,
he published an article in Physics Journal. In that, he very clearly proves entanglement directly affects human beings. Please understand, entanglement affects human beings. There are thousands of examples for entanglement. If you have some 200 pendulum clocks put on one wall, the wall can be any length. It does not need to be within certain length. It can be like China wall, any length. If you have few hundred pendulum clocks, even if it is a long wall, put hundreds of pendulum clocks and start them all at different times. See, within next few minutes, all the pendulums will swing in synchronicity. Exactly, this is what happens when you come in the breathing space of the healer. Please understand. When you come in my breathing space, this is what happens. Suddenly, your mind gets entangled with my no mind. I wanted to tell you, entanglement is only in the thought level. If your mind entangles with my no mind, it is entanglement, thought level. Next, please understand, if your muscle memory gets entangled with my muscle memory, that is called entrainment. If your biomemory gets entangled with my biomemory, it's called enlightenment. Entanglement can move to entrainment, then entrainment can become enlightenment. You need to know a few things. How this healing happens. See, healing happens in the entanglement level. Kundalini awakening happens in the entrainment level. Levitation happens in deeper than entrainment. I can say momentary enlightenment. This is very important truth. This truth about the entanglement, because this opens many doors, many possibilities, many understandings. How I heal through healers? Because all my healers are pendulum clocks. Any other broken little altered pendulum clock, I add it in one wall. Both clocks start swinging synchronistically. Understand? That's all. Each one of my healer is my pendulum clock. If you are little broken, disturbed pendulum clock, if both are hung in one breathing space, your pendulum also starts vibrating, moving. the same tune. And a living practicing healer, please understand, living practicing healer is continuously in entanglement with me. He may be wherever he is. A living practicing healer is continuously in entangled with me. This is what I call physiology of feeling connection. A practicing healer, a healer who lives whatever I am teaching, as long as he retains a feeling connection, the very physiology becomes different. Entanglement means two person falling in tune with same thought. Entrainment means two person falling in tune with the same idea. Enlightenment means two person uniting beyond ideas. When you unclutch, you are in entangle with me. You are in entanglement with me. This again opens a huge door. Then is the thoughts of a healer going to affect us? I say yes. That is why I am telling you, go to a person only who is thoughtless and beyond mind. Do not receive healing from ordinary Reiki healers, this healers, that healers. No. Receive only from enlightened being. And all my healers, during the moment of healing, because they are entangled with me, they represent me, and it is equivalent to you receiving healing directly from me. You don't need to worry at all, doubt at all about my healers. Understand? This is the physiology of feeling connection. When you have a feeling connection, your very physiology is different. And feeling connection has its own physiology.
Nithyananda. How many of you understood the exact science of healing that Swamiji revealed just now? Please understand, this is the exact initiation all of us are going to be receiving today. We're all going to be receiving the initiation into healer's initiation. I'd like to start this with a question. Can I ask here, how many of you are receiving the healer's initiation for the first time today? Can you all post in the chat, please? Who are all here receiving the healer's initiation for the first time today? Ma Prithvi Prasad for the first time. Okay, interesting. Very nice. All the others? Who are all here for anyone for the first time? Or is there anyone who wants to request the re-initiation? Because I know many of you here, actually almost every one of you here have received it in the past. Okay. Now, let us understand the exact science of healer's initiation. How exactly it works. What are the do's and don'ts of a spiritual healer? So the first thing is there are two types of healing. Okay. One is healing yourself and healing others. In the first initiation, where you're only healing yourself, there are no restrictions, there's nothing. You'll be receiving the initiation, and this is basically where you enable or awaken your inherent ability to heal yourself from the diseases that is there in your body. This is of the first kind. Now, the second type, the healing others, is the main initiation where Swamiji will be awakening your ability another person. So if you are receiving this initiation of being able to heal others, then you will have to say no to smoking, drinking, or eating any non-vegetarian food. So this is not like a restriction, but this is a lifestyle. And we will now be later we'll be explaining to you all why as well. But let's quickly first understand each of these. See, when you drink or smoke or eat non-veg, the energy in your body is completely suppressed. When you meditate and practice healing, you will have a beautiful continuous energy flow in your system. Your whole system will literally be experiencing a very beautiful flow of energy. So what happens when you receive the initiation? You are literally awakening that energy. That energy is flowing inside of you. The moment you consume alcohol, the moment you smoke, what happens is that energy is completely suppressed. It is like there is high energy of Kundalini, the healer's initiation. There's the suppressive energy of alcohol and drugs or smoking or non-veg, which these two energies starts opposing each other. The high energy of meditation, the low energy of alcohol will start opposing each other. And this indulging in these habits or lifestyle creates a very low energy in your body. And also, please understand, eating non-veg, it's like this. When you kill a hen, okay, it is not going to say, oh, thank you for killing me. Let you have all the nutrients. Be blissful. I will give you all the energy. I'll give you all the health. No. The hen that is dying is not going to bless you with all energy. It is not going to say, come on, thank you so much for eating me. Enjoy. You'll get all nutrients. No. It is going to suffer. It is going to be in pain. Understand all the suffering, that stress that the chicken goes through. I'm not saying this in more mental pain. Physically, the suffering that the hen goes through, that entire hormones being released, everything gets stored in the muscle. Moral value is one, but even scientifically, you killing another animal and when you eat it, the suffering that that animal goes through, that entire suffering is stored in the muscles of that animal. When you eat that food, when you eat the non-veg, that suffering is transmitted into your system. How many of you are understanding this? How many of you are catching this? Please understand. Have any of you here experienced when you have consumed non-veg, you felt low? Many people actually experience. There was a study conducted in by one of the vegetarian pro-vegan organizations in the US, where they studied up to 40 to 70 percentage of the youth and 70 percentage of all adults face sudden signs of stress, anxiety, sleeplessness when they consume meat. That is when the study was carried out, they found out that the moment they eat meat, their average lifespan is reduced, and there's so much of unnecessary stress that's added into their body. Swamiji reveals the precise explanation for it. Have you all experienced whenever you get stressed? How many of you experience physical pain? Like sometimes you'll have the pain in your shoulders, you'll have headaches when you have like severely when you're stressed, and when you're afraid of something, you'll have butterflies in your stomach. How many of you have experienced all these? Put yes in the chat. Yes. Okay. Many of you have put yes. Listen very carefully. You all experience the physical impact of your psychological and emotional stress, right? Then imagine just normal stress itself, you have so much of physical and psychological and emotional reactions. The physical body reacts for all of these. Imagine when you're about to kill that animal, how it would be. That whole animal is literally storing that entire hormones in its body before leaving, and when we consume it, you will have the impact of that whole stress, that whole thing gets transmitted into your body. If you have not eaten non-vegetarian, Swamiji tells that's the best thing that you have done, because enlightenment is so much more easier. Just the damage that non-veg causes in the body. Of course, alcohol, any of this. Understand? All of this non-veg enters into your system and transmits that suffering and pain in your body. That is why when you receive healer's initiation, you should not consume alcohol, meat, drugs, or any of these items. Next, the lifestyle of a healer. When you heal, this is a commitment you give by yourself to you. Do not suppress. Do not fight with yourself. You know that you should understand. See, you should not be in restriction. You should not feel like, oh God, okay, I can't eat, I can't drink alcohol, I can't do anything. No, it's not a restriction imposed upon you. Please understand. Understand the right context and take the decision to not eat. Swamiji tells all disciplines should happen with responsibility. Whatever commitment you give to yourself or to others, all the disciplines should happen with understanding and responsibility. It should be practice. Nothing should be told as a rule. Like you should not say, oh, I'm restricted to eat, so let me not eat this. No. Everything should be done with understanding and internalizing. That is why we are going to be taking you all through a certain guidelines along with the context of why. First thing, you should never refuse healing service or anything to anyone or anything who are in need of it.
Sorry, before we go further.
I see a question from Savita Kashyap, who has asked, but we have also seen many folks who live up to 100, but had alcohol and smoked their whole life. Does the DNA play an impact? Savita Kashyap. Nithyanandam, so lovely to have you here. And would be also wonderful to know that which place you're watching us from, and really appreciate your participation. So the question you have asked, first and foremost thing, as Swamiji mentioned, 35% in our health and how long we live, in all of these, for almost 35%, the DNA plays role. But the remaining full, almost 65%, it's with you. You have the conscious ability. It means your conscious way of life, your conscious way of how you hold yourself. All of these impact in the way how you are going to exist, how long you're going to exist, how, and that means you also have like an upper hand, meaning you can decide which genome you want to activate, which genome you don't want to activate. This science has become quite popular recently. It's called as epigenetics. You could Google about it. And the epigenome is a genome where it decides, literally it's something like on the genes, which decides which genes you want to turn it on or turn it off, and decides which part of your DNA gets activated. All right. But before this, you're asking a very important question. So alcohol and smoking have a, so you're saying, I've seen many folks who live up to 100 but had alcohol and smoked their whole life. Once again, the way we see it matters over here. First, alcohol and smoking destroys your very consciousness, not just your physical body, not just your mental body, but your very consciousness. Second, the lifespan that they could have lived is way much more, that has reduced to how many ever number of years they have lived. We need to understand this, because the life expectancy of many people, especially if you have seen someone from the previous generation, means if you're saying you've seen people who have lived almost up to 100, it's definitely from the previous 2 generations, which means the life expectancy of the previous 2 generations was much more than what it is today. That life expectancy, if they're almost, even let's say that they are able to live up to 80, they're able to live up to 100, first, how healthy were they living? Because this directly impacts their physical body, physically deteriorates, it destroys your whole body, it destroys the mental health that you carry, and it destroys your very consciousness. Are you understanding, Ma? And it also impacts in a very negative way. It also impacts the lifespan of yours. See, whenever you are in your high energy, especially when you take initiation into healer's initiation, it raises your frequency very high. It keeps your energy so high. And at such a high frequency time, if you consume low energy alcohol, low energy meat, it conflicts directly with your high energy. That is why we are asked to avoid it. You're understanding? You can see the people that you're mentioning about, because definitely the lifespan reduces drastically. And even if any of the examples that you've given, you can check what kind of a lifestyle practice that they were living, because that impacts directly in how long they could have lived and how long they were actually able to live.
And also, Masi, many times it is not about just the physical health alone. You never know what amount of ups and downs that the mentally they'll go through. All of this happens along with alcohol. Understand, alcohol is always low energy. There could have been other factors that might have contributed to their longevity, but it is not just not just the physically living longer, even the mental health, how they were, the kind of ups and downs that their body goes through, the hormonal impacts, all this has an impact. You're understanding, ma? Most of the times we just see it's about the physical health. Physically also it's scientifically established. Imagine the smoking box itself says smoking kills you and it sells. That is the way it addicts. Even despite you seeing right in front of your eyes how smoking kills, you're still going to, something in you pushes to go pick up that cigarette and smoke because that is the way it addicts you. So, anyways, let's come back to the topic of initiating a healer's initiation. So, first thing, you should never refuse healing service to anyone or anything in need of it, whether it is plant, animals, or inanimate objects or animate objects, both. For example, if your laptop is not working, you should heal. If you have even someone you think is your enemy is coming and asking you healing, please heal. Any personal conflict or difference in ideology with a person should not come in the way of providing healing service to that person. If someone is of a different belief from you, or let's say your colleague is not in agreement with something that you are saying in another project, but he is in need of healing, you should never deny healing to such a person. Healing should never be denied. Clear? Consciousness is energy. There is nothing like inanimate or animate. Even laptops, even Atmalinga, so many people here have stories of how they have healed. I have healed a plant, like a plant was completely dying, a tulsi plant. And it was like almost dead. Its branches were all broken. Then just by giving healing to it, when Swamiji gives initiation, I used to come and keep the plant in front of Swamiji's the TV screen. Automatically, the plant completely grew back and it was healed. It's a very beautiful experience, actually. So, you should never deny healing to anyone unless it is danger for your life. You should never deny healing. Understanding? The Nithyananda spiritual healing service prayer should always be offered as a free service. Never charge any fee or accept any kind of favors. Even let's say your friend says, "Hey, thank you so much for healing. Because you healed, I want to give you some money." You should say, "No, please do not offer to me. You please put it into Swamiji's feet." And you have to redirect them to offer it to Swamiji's feet. Because when they offer, it is literally they're offering their karmas. So you have to make sure they're offering it to Swamiji's feet. If even let's say you should not ask them any favors, you should not say, "Hey, you know what, I healed you, right? Can you please drop me at the airport because I healed you and you were benefited from it?" That is wrong. For just because you healed a person, you should not ask them any kind of favors at all. Clear? If any one of them are wanting to offer, direct them to Swamiji. Let them keep the offering at Swamiji's feet, right? And we suggest and encourage all the participants to regularly offer the healing services in one of our Kailasas around the world. And understand, healer's initiation is an opportunity that you will have to give that ultimate experience of healing. The gift that you have received to share that with others. Now, someone has been responsible for bringing you to Swamiji, and therefore something has been added to your life, is it not? You are doing the same. There are many people who worship the ones who introduced them to Swamiji. Just like how people took up the responsibility of introducing you to Swamiji, you should take up the responsibility for this to reach out to more people. Only if we take up responsibility for everything that happens in our life, we will start expanding.
Understand, responsibility is a consciousness. Only those who feel responsibility as a consciousness can become spiritual healers. Be very clear. You can stand up only if you feel responsible for people's spiritual upliftment. When you stand up with responsibility, you expand and the divine energy flows through you. When you feel compassion towards others suffering, the whole thing takes a shape of responsibility and expresses itself as energy. That's all. Swami Vivekananda's motto for his mission was Atmano Mokshartam Jagat Hitayata. He describes the goal of his mission as for spiritual liberation as well as bring good to humanity. He implies that without taking up the responsibility for the good of the world, you cannot talk of spiritual liberation. Now let's enter into the procedure for spiritual healing. This within the spiritual healing technique is that it not only helps the person you're healing, but also helps your own spiritual growth. This is actually a very powerful science. Anyone, if you have received healer's initiation, definitely you know what we're talking about, right? It's such a powerful science where not only that you would be able to give healing to another person, but while giving healing to the other person, even you yourself would experience that immense healing. Ma Savita Kashyap is saying, I've also heard of yoga enhancing their life. Oh, sorry, I have also heard of yogis enhancing their lifespan to 200 or 400 years by pranayama. Yes, understand. Okay, Ma Savita Kashyap. Actually, earlier we had played a very important session. It was called a Kayakalpa. As Swami is explaining this very exact science. And today you will get initiated into that also. And if you have not attended the whole day's program, we highly recommend you to attend the whole day's program. And okay, continue the question. But is that possible? And if so, if they just meditate, they're practically not doing any physical thing to help to others. Pardon my doubts? No. You do not worry about asking your doubts. Feel free. I really appreciate your participation. You can ask your doubts. It is possible for extending your life. It is possible by doing that using yogic techniques. And you're telling a very important statement over here. You're saying that, okay, these yogis also did their yogic practices, but they were just sitting in one corner and meditating. And how do you think that they were able to expand their life so much? And they are practically not helping anyone. You need to understand something very important over here. I know you are asking this question because just now we were explaining about how only when you take responsibility, your life even starts. And it's very important for you to take responsibility to enrich others, right? First and foremost thing, a yogi sitting and meditating in the icy Himalayas, doing tyaga of everything else, just sitting and doing intense meditation. And from that intense meditation, when he sits, creates that space, and he sits, connects the whole cosmos from that immense space of oneness. He is contributing to the planet Earth much more than anyone else doing any other work. Understand, this is a very, very important thing for us to cognize, a very important thing for us to understand. Ma Prithvi Prasad is saying, your Tamil Brahmins, they didn't consume meat. That's wonderful. Really appreciate your lifestyle. Actually, that really helps, Ma. You will have a lot more powers within you which can be awakened. Okay, now let's continue this. Understand, for social reasons, you can directly touch and heal only people of your gender. And for the opposite gender, please use the healing stick provided to you during the healer's initiation. We'll be actually giving you all the healer stick, and you'll be receiving it. You can use your Atmalinga also for the purpose of healing. Right. This is the way how you are going to be standing and doing the healing. So you should always stand only in the side, either sides of the person who you are healing, or you can stand at the back. You should not stand in the front of the person to whom you are giving the Nithyananda spiritual healing. I request all the participants to kindly acknowledge this. If you have understood so far, please kindly acknowledge. So this is a very important point. Make sure that you're only standing on either side of the person like this, exactly as it is shown in the picture. And you should not stand in front of that person, or you can stand behind the person, but you should never stand in front of the person. Are all of us clear so far? Thank you. And one of the most important things here is you should also have Swamiji's picture always. Always you should be having the picture of Swamiji in the place where you're giving healing. Wherever you're giving healing, only with the picture of Swamiji. Now you're not going to start healing. Only after receiving the initiation from Swamiji, you can start healing. And this is the procedure how to do the healing. It is so powerful. It's so powerful. Anyone who receives this initiation can do it. The first level initiation is healing for you. You can do the healing for yourself. Those who are ready for the lifestyle, you are ready to commit, you can apply for the initiation to do healing for others also. And both the initiations today you are going to be receiving. And during this process, it's important, there are a few important procedures that we need to follow at all times. First, there has to be a picture of Swamiji during the process of healing. The best advice would be for it to be in front of the person so that both you and the person who's receiving the healing can look at the picture of Swamiji. Second, you should be playing the Mahavakya, and the Mahavakya, you all hear it during the power manifestation. This is available on the YouTube also. We will also be emailing it to you today. You have to play this Mahavakya audio while you are giving the healing. Now let's understand the procedure of how exactly to heal. First, you're going to place the palm on the area to be healed, or on the Sahasrara Chakra. Sahasrara Chakra is the topmost, like the crown center of your head. This is called as this exact place is called as the Sahasrara Chakra. You can place your hands, your palms on the person's Sahasrara Chakra, or let's say the person is having elbow pain. You can place your hands on that person's elbow, wherever they want the healing. You can place the hands there, close your eyes, and visualize Swamiji's face. visualize the beautiful form of Swamiji, and you're going to bring your awareness to your Anandagandha chakra. Anandagandha chakra is the region below your heart center and above your navel center. This region is Anandagandha chakra. So in this region, the Anandagandha chakra, you're going to bring your awareness, visualizing Swamiji's form, and you should start chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Immediately you will find energy just gushing forth from your Anandagandha chakra. You just simply bring your awareness into the Anandagandha chakra and relax into yourself. Don't worry about the energy flow. It will happen on its own. Don't worry when is it starting, when will it stop. It will be on its own. Understand it's a cosmic intelligence. So listen clearly. I'm going to repeat the process again. You're going to stand or sit. Anything is perfectly fine. Make sure you're either in the side or behind the person to who you want to give the healing. Please make sure you're having the picture, the photograph of Swamiji, either in front or anywhere. And it has to be in a place where it's visible for both of you within the room that you're healing. And place your palm on the person's Sahasrara chakra, on the top of their head, or on the place where they need the healing. You're going to then bring your awareness to your Anandagandha chakra. Remember the beautiful form of Swamiji. You'll immediately sense the energy just gushing into your Anandagandha chakra. Just bring your awareness there and relax into that energy. You will actually feel the energy will start flowing through your palms, flowing through you and into your palms and to the person to who you are giving the healing. Once you are relaxed, and mainly you should start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. And you could even play it, but you should be chanting also. Once you're relaxed into yourself, feel only the boundless energy that's flowing through you. Continue as long as you feel the person is drawing the energy. You'll actually sense this effortlessly. Simply your hand will automatically drop. Once the person has had enough, your hand will just on its own, you'll just feel like stopping. It will be an automatic signal because this is the cosmic energy that's flowing through you. And make sure your body language is showing the care and concern to the person. Be aware, be sensitive to the needs of those who are around you, and play Mahavakya during the prayer service. And always make sure that there is a picture of Swamiji in the room that you're giving the healing. Now, important legal disclaimers. Do not make any guarantees, warranties, or representations regarding the outcome of Nithyananda's spiritual healing process. And specifically, do not claim that the process in any way diagnoses, treats, heals, or cures, or prevents any disease, illness, injury, or physical or mental condition. Do not use the word patient to the person who is receiving healing. To whoever you are giving the Nithyananda spiritual healing services, do not call them as patient. You should not use the word patient for them. And if you are a licensed physician or other licensed healthcare practitioner, advise everyone to whom you are providing the Nithyananda spiritual healing services that such services do not constitute diagnosis, care, or treatment, or the practice of the medicine or any other health care. The Nithyananda spiritual healing does not involve the diagnosis or treatment of any medical or psychological condition and does not involve the use of any physical intervention or manipulation of the human body. Any benefit that an individual experiences comes from within himself or herself based on his or her body's ability to heal on its own. Understand and acknowledge that your participation in the Nithyananda spiritual healing program is on a voluntary basis. Do not charge or accept any fees or favors for Nithyananda spiritual healing services that you may provide to others. Do not provide Nithyananda spiritual healing services if you are suffering from any physical, mental, or psychological disorders or taking any medicines for any physical, mental, or psychological disorders. If you become aware that an individual who has requested your Nithyananda spiritual healing services appears to suffer from a mental disorder, do not provide Nithyananda spiritual healing service and recommend that he or she seek attention from an appropriate licensed healthcare practitioner or mental health care provider. If you are a licensed physician or other licensed healthcare practitioner, do not engage or claim to engage in medical diagnosis, care or treatment, or in the practice of medicine or any other healthcare profession in conjunction with any of your activities as a Nithyananda spiritual healing practitioner. Meaning you can be a doctor, you can still continue your profession, but not with the claim that because you are a Nithyananda spiritual healing practitioner, you become a doctor. No, you cannot claim that based on the right. Now, we request all of you to take a few minutes and head to paramashivoham.org, kailasa.org/paramashivoham. You will be able to get the Healers Initiation forms over there. We will also project the direct link for all of you. Our support desk team will be posting this on all of your chats. You all will be able to see that in all of your chats now. Please take a moment and you can go ahead and fill it. Request all of you to take a few minutes.
All those who are applying for the first time, or if you've already applied and you want to request a reinitiation, please go ahead and fill this. Yes. Please relax. And all of you have filled up. Okay. Can I request all the participants to please confirm if you have filled up the form? If you have filled up the form, please put a yes in the chat, please. This is very important because if you have not filled up this form, then your healer's initiation won't be counted. If you have received the healer's initiation, it won't be counted. You will not receive the healer's initiation. Only by filling this form, you will be receiving the healer's initiation. Yes.
Some of the participants on the YouTube that were asking for it. All the Zooms, YouTube, Facebook, I hope all of you have filled up. I've given enough time for all of you to fill up the form. Great. Now we are going to be entering into preparing ourselves for the most awaited part of our day, which is darshan.
If any of you have your friends, your family members, any of them that wants to receive the healing, the darshan today, please have them join us, have them come over, let them all join, and let all of them receive the initiation, let them all receive the healer's initiation. Now, I'd like to start this now, as you all are getting ready for the darshan. I'd like to first give you all a few minutes to please come and settle down. Can I request every one of you to settle down? Call at least 5 of your friends and invite them for joining the darshan. Just 5 of them. Invite them, let them come and join the darshan. I request every one of you to do this because today, any pain, physical pain, mental pain, any pain or suffering that we have had, Swamiji will completely heal us just through this initiation. Please let us give a few minutes. Let's ask all of them to join. Take a few minutes. You can all call them. Manifest the power of body scanning with them and let them all join.
Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, please relax. How many of you have manifested? How many of you were able to connect to your friends and family members? Yes. Now, as all of us get ready for the darshan, we wanted to take a few minutes to share with all of you, to continue sharing from what we were presenting yesterday to all of you. Each and every single initiation that we are receiving, each and every single gift that we are receiving, for one initiation, right? Just one healer's initiation, Swamiji has to go into that space of samadhi. He has to literally download all that sciences and he has to make it available for us. It's a lot of work for an avatar. Swamiji has healed millions of people out of so many diseases, so many things that people are suffering, healing them and walking them out of deadly diseases. But today, what society has given back to such an avatar who has given his everything to us, for us, is just so painful. I'll just share with you all about what happened exactly 4 days ago from today. We were sharing with you all about the Trishulam Adinam in the last 2-3 days, right? This is the current status of the Kailasa Trishulam, the very monastery campus and temple that Swamiji had set up to serve the people. That very place that Swamiji had set up to give free food to the people is being razed to grounds, is completely demolished. This was a Paramashiva's temple with everyday puja, everyday rituals happening there on 15th of August, the very day that we are actually celebrating Independence Day, where the freedom is celebrated. This is the status of the Hindu monks who are worshipping, who are living in that temple, having a peaceful life in that temple. And that temple is completely razed to grounds, completely destroyed. You all can see it is literally in pieces. There is no justice served. Paramashiva, the temple that is supposed to be worshipped, the temple that is supposed to literally continuously, that has been serving people, has been completely demolished to grounds on the 15th of August, the very same day that India celebrates independence. This is the status of our temple. This is the status of the very place where Swamiji had set up. Swamiji himself had made sure that, true to his commitment, keeping true to his word to the devotee, he had ensured he built a temple. Paramashiva was worshipped there. Yesterday, Ma Bhaktika was sharing with all of us about how her grandmother gave this land to Swamiji with the prayer, requesting a boon for Paramashiva's temple to be happening there, functioning there. And an onslaught of attacks that continued thereafter. Yesterday, we were sharing with you all about how, to what extent these anti-Hindu elements went just to attack, just for them to execute their plan.
I just want to start with something. It's very important for all of us to understand this, cognize this. I know each one of you here, coming from various different walks of life, coming from different cultural backgrounds, especially given that all of us are here spiritual seekers, this kind of a violence, this kind of inhumanness, cruelty is something that's unheard of. But what we are talking to you about is the bloodiest history ever known to humanity. What we are talking to you about is not a thing of past. We are not talking to you about what happened few centuries ago, what happened few decades ago, what happened few years ago, or what happened even few months ago. We are talking about what happened just 4 days ago. We've been telling you this. It was actually 15th of August, 2023, when all of us were here enjoying the Paramashivam program. In India, it was the Independence Day, and everyone were remembering the sacrifices that our ancestors did to get that independence, and a lot of celebrations were happening. It was a government holiday. In Kailasa Trishulam, which is in Chennai, the services were continuing. The Go Puja happened. The rituals were continuing. Annadan was continuing. Free food offering. All of a sudden, a huge bulldozer comes and breaks into the campus, destroys the building, destroys the temple, destroys the entire Goshala. They looted our property. They looted. It's a huge group with a lot of men in uniform. And mob, media, all together. It was as if the whole thing was very clearly evident that it is planned. A huge mob comes and attacks. They drove away our entire Goshala, the cows, the cattle that we had. They started harassing the sannyasis that were living in the campus. All of this are happening on the day of independence, when we are supposed to celebrate, remembering the sacrifices of our ancestors and celebrating our independence. But this is what was happening on that very day. And this is happening, especially, you need to understand, we are talking about what's happening now, right now. The sannyasis that are there are not having the protection. They went, tried filing a complaint, but all in vain. This land, this particular property where Swamiji had given this one word, one commitment to one of his disciples. He told her, you don't worry, since you have wished, since you have asked that I have to build a Paramashiva temple here, I'll make sure that I do that. That's it. This was the only one thing that Swamiji had committed to her. And
if we just see the clear conspiracy here, every time when they have to attack a Hindu guru, there's the same strategy that we used. Yesterday, we took you all through the list of how each gurus were attacked, targeted, and killed. Every small guru, like when we say small guru, when we mean like if that person does not own a big organization, they're a sadhu, simple sadhu living their life, practicing enlightenment. They are labeled as thieves, robbers, or kidnappers, and they are killed. Just one mob lynching and it's over. But if they are someone who's established, who owns an organization, who's doing so many services, who has a good reputation, and who is known for their contribution, then they're always targeted by false cases, alleging false cases and character assassination in the eyes of the public. This is a very clear strategy, conspiracy that the anti-Hindu militants always use, whether it is every Hindu guru who stands up, it is the exact same conspiracy that is used against the anti-Hindu elements. Yesterday we had told all of you about the 3rd of March 2010, when a morphed video was created and the entire media machinery was planted to kick into action. They ran the morphed video of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for 14,000 hours. Why? What did they gain from this? This, if you see, is a very clearly plotted conspiracy, and this is how every single media channel, this is how every single anti-Hindu element prepares, they prepare their ground for justifying the onslaught of attacks, the assassination attempts that they are trying to do next, thereafter.
Understand, it's actually very painful for me. I'm not able to even it's because this is not something that I can't say this as a matter of fact because this is not. We all heard yesterday how in 2007, one of the devotees by the name Annapurniyachi had offered this particular land to Swamiji with just one request, saying, Swamiji, please make a Paramashiva temple happen here. And right after that, Swamiji started the work for building the temple. In 2010, a huge part of the deep state elements, the anti-Hindu forces, the deep state elements that had a lot of political power, lot of media power, very powerful anti-Hindu mafia gang. When they were trying to buy this particular plot of land, because around this they had bought, this was at that particular time, they wanted to launch an airport. And for that, they were somehow trying to get this land. When they came and approached Swamiji, Swamiji said, no, look, I am not interested in money. I am not interested in I'm not even interested in this particular property, but I cannot interfere between my disciple and her connection to Paramashiva. I cannot interfere into that. If you want, you can ask the disciple. If she is ready to give, you can take it from her. When the disciple was approached, Annapurniyachi very clearly said, no question of it. I am not ready. I want Swamiji only to have this. I have offered this to Swamiji and I want Swamiji to build a Paramashiva temple here. And that is the only wish I have. And I know that it is only Swamiji who is capable of doing it. And I trust that Swamiji will be doing it. And that is where I have offered this to Swamiji. So when they saw that this did not work out, they could not get their hands on. And a lot of other factors, we presented this yesterday to you, how this was a very specific time when Swamiji started becoming Swamiji was extremely popular across all the levels of the society, whether it was the most elite of the society, whether it be the celebrities, the politicians, the most powerful influencers, thinkers, or even to the lowest level where the homeless, the people that are in need, for everyone, Swamiji was so available. Swamiji was there on ground. Yesterday we were sharing this with all of you. So when they could not get what they wanted, they could not get their hand on this land, and they were also threatened, seeing the power that Swamiji was and the amount of work that Swamiji was doing, because he was not like anyone else, because he was not ready to deter from his vision for reviving Hinduism. At that time, they created a morphed video, a very obscene morphed video of Swamiji and aired it for over 14,000 hours through all of their media networks and did a series of slanderous character assassination through multiple shows and obscene materials, morphed obscene materials. Actually, this conspiracy was admitted by the COO of Sun TV. This was the main network, which was one of the top key players, conspirators, who did this whole attack, because all they were looking for is one, they somehow wanted to get this land and they wanted to attack Swamiji, because this whole group is an anti-Hindu terrorist group. We have a video where Hansraj Saxena, who was the Sun TV CEO, he confessed how
Actually,
Actually,
this Sun TV is the very same channel that had worked actively on spreading this morphed video content, and much after this video came out, and it was continuously circulated on all of these platforms. See, if you understand the strategy behind this, all the anti-Hindu elements got together, joined their hands, so that they can first create a ground to justify. They incite the mob hatred. Let me give you all an example. Today, we all use social media platforms, and we're so on Instagram, Facebook, etc. Now, if someone is constantly, you see one meme on some news, let's say just some news, right? First time you see, you will have doubt. But by the time you see a 10th meme on that, you will start thinking maybe something that they're all discussing, if so many people are discussing about it, something must be true. Am I right? We don't even need to Google about it. We don't even need to do second research about it. But first, that belief is created in us. That is precisely what they did. And that time, unfortunately, there were no social medias. It was not so prominent or active. And that is why they aired this continuously on all top channels. Sun TV had aired this doctored video, the morphed video of the SPH, continuously on their channel, and magazines had printed it and published it all at the same time. And we have a video of the Sun TV CEO, ex-CEO Hansraj Saxena, who was part of this conspiracy. But after this came to light, and after so many different people who did the research on the video, they all confirmed that this video is morphed. When so many people started coming out saying, exposing how this video was morphed, the Sun TV CEO Hansraj Saxena had come out in the public and confessed how they morphed the video just to get money and use it for extortion. We are going to play that exact clip where he is coming out. The Sun TV CEO Hansraj Saxena had confessed clearly that the whole video was morphed and used for blackmailing and extortion.
காசு கொடுத்தா நிப்பாட்டுவாங்க. அந்த நியூஸ் எடிட்டர் ராஜா அண்ட் ஹிஸ் டீம் தான் சார். அவங்க தான் சார் பண்றது. அவங்க டீம்ல போனது ஒரு நெட்வொர்க் வச்சு தமிழ்நாடு ஃபுல்லா ஆட்களை வச்சு நியூஸ் எடிட்டரும் அவர் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ல இருக்கிற ஆளும் அவங்க பண்ண ஒரு மிரட்டல் நாடகம் தான் இந்த நித்யானந்தா. அந்த நியூஸ் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் எதுவா இருந்தாலும் காசு கொடுத்தா போடுவாங்க, காசு கொடுத்தா நிப்பாட்டுவாங்க. அந்த நியூஸ் எடிட்டர் ராஜா அண்ட் ஹிஸ் டீம் தான் சார். அவங்க தான் சார் பண்றது. அவங்க டீம்ல போனது ஒரு நெட்வொர்க் வச்சு தமிழ்நாடு ஃபுல்லா ஆட்களை வச்சுக்கிட்டு ஒரு ஃபேக்டரியை போய் கவர் பண்ண சொல்றது. ஃபேக்டரியில இருந்து கழிவு நீர் வருது, மக்கள் பீதியில இருக்காங்க, அவஸ்தப்படுறாங்க, 2 கழிவு இருமுற மாதிரி ஷாட்டை போட்டுறது. மறுபடியும் பின்னாடியே ஒரு ஆள் அமைச்சு காசு பேசி பேரம் பேசி வாங்குது.
இப்போ நித்யானந்தா கேஸை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் ஒரு பெரிய பிரளயமாச்சு சன் நியூஸ்லையும் சன் டிவியை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும். அதுக்கு கூட ஷேக்ஸ் பேர் தான் அடிபட்டு இருந்தது இல்லைங்களா? ஸோ அந்த நித்யானந்தா கேஸ் பர்டிகுலர் அதை பற்றி என்ன சொல்ல விரும்புறீங்க? இது வரைக்கும் எவ்வளோ வழக்குகள் போயிட்டு இருக்கு?
இவங்க கலாநிதி மாறனும் நியூஸ் எடிட்டர் ராஜாவும் சேர்ந்து இதை போட்டு அது பெருசு பண்ணணும்னு முடிவு எடுக்கிறாங்க. நியூஸை போட்டு அடின்னு அடித்து அந்த நியூஸ் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஆட்களை நித்யானந்தா கிட்ட ஏதோ வசூல் பண்ணணும்னு ட்ரை பண்ணி எல்லாம் பண்ணது அந்த டீம்.
We can see how very clearly, despite the CEO of the same channel that aired the false video coming out in public and clearly confessing that they had morphed this video, the conspirators, the anti-Hindu media elements were so well prepared with their strategy. They were so clear. Their only aim was to eliminate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Why? Because Swamiji was a very clear voice standing up for Hinduism at that point in time. And Swamiji was voicing out continuously of all the attacks that were happening to Hindus. So many Hindu gurus were getting attacked continuously. But the anti-Hindu media mafia were so strategic and well prepared with their plan that they aired this video at the same time for 14,000 hours. You all can see here. Each channel, we have provided you all with the names of the channel and how many hours they aired this video again and again and again. When the video was clearly declared as it is morphed, when the video was clearly told it is morphed, and so many forensic labs came forward and established clearly how it is a morphed, doctored video. And after the very conspirator, one of the very conspirators who blackmailed Swamiji and who's confessed clearly that it is a morphed video, even after that, they still continued to air. The truth was not even reached to the public. This 14,000 hours of airing of this doctored morphed video set grounds for justification for them to attack Swamiji next. What happened next is one of the most gruesome, most painful thing a human being can ever go through. And this was done to our avatar, the very being who came down just to shower enlightenment to humanity. He was put through an onslaught of attacks, spiral of abuse. You can all see how every channel, imagine you're tuning into each channel and you continuously see the retelecasting of the morphed video over and over and over, despite forensic labs clearly establishing that it is false. Imagine you turning on the TV and every channel you switch, they air this video again and again and again. What happens? They have established a very clear ground of justification for them to attack the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
This is a strategy that they have been using on us. Yesterday, all the examples that we saw, all those are the examples of people that they successfully attacked. But understand, the last lamp of Hinduism is Swamiji. To attack Swamiji, it's a very clear conspiracy. One side, they first tried to blackmail and extort 100 crore money. And they tried to grab the land. When none of these Swamiji budged for, they launched a series of slanderous attacks, horrifying character assassination to incite mob hatred and violence.
False news, the hate material was being spread all over the media. There was no room for people to think. This is the exact strategy that all the anti-Hindu elements use, all the mafia, the anti-Hindu media mafia uses. They won't even give you time to think. They will air this video again and again and again. And at some point, you will start feeling, oh, so many media is talking about it. Maybe there could be something in it. And that is exactly the weak point that they will hit at, where they will not give you a room to logically analyze or think. And this is a very systematic, sinister plan of isolation, programmed confusion, and strategic character assassination to incite mob hatred and violence, and laid the ground and justification for the multiple assassination attempts that were to follow under the garb of mob hatred, mob lynching, media trial, and a parody of justice itself. This is the exact same strategy that the anti-Hindu elements use each and every time. First, they isolate. So every time when Hindu gurus attack, the first thing they do is they keep airing this video. They spread the misinformation, and they isolate as if it is only independently just that guru getting attacked. That is why so many Hindus to this day, that is the most unfortunate thing. So many Hindus think, oh, it is just one guru who's getting attacked, and they all ignore. The anti-Hindu gang very strategically do not even allow us to cognize that Hinduism at large is getting attacked. We showed you all a statistics of how the last 97 years, so many Hindu gurus were constantly attacked and killed. After they isolate, the second thing they do is they demonize in the eyes of the public. How do they do that? By media trial. Continuously they spread false news, misinformation, and they air it again and again and again without giving you time to think, and they start demonizing that guru in the eyes of the public. This is the exact strategy that was used to Swamiji. They already had a conspiracy clearly laid out. They released the morphed video just as planned, and they were, you all should know a very, very important fact. Even before they released the morphed video to the public, already the media and henchmen planted by these anti-Hindu elements were standing right outside the campus in ready position to attack even before the news was out in the public. This itself clearly shows how it was a very clearly planned conspiracy. It was a very clearly plotted attack. After they demonize, they next do the character assassination actively by inciting mob hatred. They next create programmed confusion, means nobody understands what is happening. They incite mob hatred, take the mob and leave, and the mob destroys everything. Nobody will even know what is happening. That is a strategy used every time for every single guru that has been destroyed. And Swamiji, who is the only hope for Hinduism, was also subject to the exact same thing. This assassination, this plot, this conspiracy set clear ground for their assassination attempts. From the 2nd of March 2010 to the 21st of April 2010, a continuous serial assassination attempts on SPH by the henchmen, where the henchmen chased Swamiji for 3,000 plus kilometers without giving Swamiji a single second, without giving anyone time to even wrap their head around what was happening. Even before people could fathom, people could understand what was happening, the attack began. Bhaktika Swami, you were there on that day when they released this morph video, and you were there in the Adinam. You were part of the group of sannyasis that were there, and you know on both ends. One, you know how they behind the scenes they try to extort money, and you were there when they tried to blackmail your grandmother, and when they were trying to blackmail Swamiji to give that land. And you were also witness, like you were sharing yesterday, how Swamiji stood by his commitment to his disciple just because of that one commitment. And you were also witness to the onslaught of attacks and the assassination attempts thereafter. How was it for you when you stood there and when you witnessed how they were continuously attacking Swamiji? Sorry for the technical glitch. Looks like there's a small audio issue that participants are not able to hear Ma Bhaktika Swami. As she's fixing it, and she'll be right back with us. But I just wanted to show you all, just to summarize what Ma Bhaktika Swami is sharing. When they released this video, and when right after that, henchmen were planted in each of the major campuses of Kailasas around the South Indian states, and they had clearly planned how they were going to eliminate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
I just wanted to tell something very important over here. The intensity, the way how Swamiji was, when this morphed video was aired, in the beginning, most of the people did not even believe. They were very sure because they know by their experience, they knew, and they said they are not ready to believe it. Which is why it shocked the anti-Hindu mafia gang, the deep state elements. They aired it for 14,000 long hours, one side. One more side, they were hounding Swamiji. That day, just the previous day, right after the Paurnami celebrations, Swamiji had just finished serving free food for almost 1 million people. And grand celebrations were happening the very next day. As soon as this mocked video was aired, on the other hand, the henchmen jumped in, barged into the campus. They started hounding Swamiji, going behind every path that Swamiji is taking to try assassinate.
What you will see here is Tiruvannamalai, the very birth town of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And Tiruvannamalai is one of the main Kailasas around the world. And this region, just this particular region alone, has 2 million plus devotees and disciples, and 4 major temples, 1 major temple monastery of the SPH just within this town itself. All the highlighted areas in the map above were Kailasas, which were actively serving the society. And these Kailasas were attacked and shut down by the mob that was already set there. You all can see here, this is exactly 24 hours before. This is 24 hours before 2nd of March 2010. As part of the religious festival, millions of devotees had gathered in the Tiruvannamalai monastery campus, and there were over 3 million devotees who were offered Annadan on that day. This is just 24 hours before the attack, the deathly ambush that were followed the next day. You all can see millions of people gathered there and how they were all fed the Annadan. This is the crowd, the picture of the crowd that you see. Right after that, on 2nd of March 2010. Right after, as soon as the false news against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was broadcasted on television in the evening, by night 8:30 p.m., the anti-Hindu terrorists, the anti-Guru Hindu mafia reached the main campus, Tiruvannamalai temple, in search of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to assassinate the Supreme Pontiff. This is on 2nd of March. You all can see the violence, and you can see the media telecasting this violence just to incite more mob hatred, just to incite the hatred in the mob so they can agitate the mob to attack more. This was a very clear planned conspiracy. On the 2nd of March 2010, the disciples just barely managed to distract the assassins and take Swamiji safely to exit the Tiruvannamalai temple monastery campus. It was just a small hairline escape. On the 2nd of March 2010, you can see the whole Tiruvannamalai campus after a week of attack. Completely, the whole campus had to be closed down. The campus was razed. Things were broken. You all can see how the media channels were publishing it so proudly, saying the whole monastery campus is destroyed. Our sannyasis were attacked. You can see the before attack and after attack. Before attack, the regions that were actively functioning and serving people. After attack, there was zero. There was zero place. There was not a single monastery that could function. The monasteries were completely destroyed. Every monastery that was built with the blood and sweat of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. First, they destroyed. Second, they prevent the revival. Third, they hurt the sacred sentiments. They hurt our religious values. They hurt the very life purpose of us sannyasis. Deities were defiled, looted. The jewelry on the deities was stolen. The temples were forcibly shut down. In front of our eyes, the mob used to jump into the campus, through the windows, through every gap that they found. They used to break all the windows and doors. They used to attack the temples. They used to attack the deities, loot the jewelry. From Tiruvannamalai, Swamiji was safely, the disciples somehow managed to take Swamiji out and take him to Sirgari, the next place. The henchmen immediately followed, and there was so much of, the whole conspiracy was so clearly planned. Even before Swamiji could reach, again, there were mob there. You can see the pictures here. The media had already published that there's attacks happening, and the mob were sent there to cause the whole attack. And when they were unable to locate the SPH, they threatened the devotees to disclose the whereabouts of Swamiji, and they threatened that they would burn down the entire building. They vandalized the entire center, tore the banners of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and set the whole campus on fire. Just hours after releasing the video, they were having this plan so clear, they were executing it in matter of minutes. You can see on the 3rd of March 2010, the temple was destroyed. Around 1:30 a.m. in the midnight, early morning, a meditation center in Sirgari, which is just very close by to Tiruvannamalai, they were trying to pin the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. They were trying to trace where Swamiji was. And when our disciples and devotees refused to tell their whereabouts, they went campus by campus. They were destroying every single campus. The deities were desecrated. They were completely destroyed.
The devotees were beaten with iron rods brutally and blackmailed, threatened, saying, if you don't tell the whereabouts of Swamiji, you'll be killed. And despite all of that, just imagine and see all of these Swamiji built out of his hard work. At that point, literally, they had surrounded Swamiji in such a way where there was no place for Swamiji to go. They hounded for 180 kilometers. They were hounding him. The media and henchmen, understand, these were deep state elements. They were hounding Swamiji, not letting Swamiji to go anywhere. Whether it was midnight, same thing, it continued even in Salem, Tamil Nadu on 3rd of March 2010, 1 a.m. There was an attack continuing to happen over there. Where was the place for Swamiji to even go? The devotees are under attack, the temples are destroyed, the sannyasis are being attacked, and then the anti-Hindu elements accompany an attack with the state police. Where would you go to? Where should Swamiji go to? He was on the road continuously like the disciples were paranoid because anywhere you go, there is just henchmen waiting to attack, and they had already tracked. They were tracking every movement of Swamiji. The moment Swamiji goes to in any one of the campuses, they were already there. They were already there attacking, or they already identified the paths he could possibly take, surrounded and started attacking. Midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. These were the times when these were like the times when they're attacking. Imagine and see Swamiji did not have a place to go to.
Actually, the whole attack, ma, it was just too big and too quick. I mean, here we were, a bunch of sannyasis, but not been exposed to anything of the sort. The 2010 attack would remain forever in our lives the most horrendous thing we've ever seen, actually, because right from the time we got wind of the mock video that they had released, the pace at which they took the whole thing, like you were saying, it was so big and so quick. I mean, for us, the greatest wealth is Bhagavan's life and body. Now, the whole attack has been on that. And then there was so much to deal with around it. All the properties everywhere simultaneously were being crashed, and our phones were ringing continuously. Even before attacks were happening in Adinams, the news was out on the television. We didn't know what was happening. There was nothing happening, but the news was out that Adinam was attacked. And then after a few minutes, they're coming and attacking. I mean, we couldn't believe the extent to which they could go, just for one reason, that Bhagavan wanted to keep his commitment to one devotee. They were the ones who created the false news. And then the way they stretched it, I mean, we were just, we didn't know, our focus was on, is Bhagavan safe? Because we were continuously getting blackmail calls to tell where Bhagavan is. We ourselves didn't know. We just didn't know. I mean, the group that was traveling with Bhagavan somehow secured his body. We were not in touch with them continuously. We didn't know because we had so many things to deal with in Adi Kailash. The whole place was burning. And then there was eternally media at the gate. And media had already jumped over in comment. It was used.
I can totally understand what you are saying, Mom, because right now, even for all of us, when we all see that Swamiji is not physically available for the humanity anymore, how painful it is. Swamiji is just that. Swamiji is still making himself available despite of all the attacks on two-way. But still not having Swamiji physically being in Swamiji's breathing space for the humanity, it's one of the biggest loss. When an avatar is available, not being able to access him is the biggest loss. And imagine at that time, continuously attacks. None of the disciples knew where Swamiji was. They didn't even know if Swamiji was safe. They didn't even know. They're only seeing all the news in the media. And continuously media is inciting so much of hatred. The sannyasis kept receiving calls, threats, messages. You all can see here how very clearly planned it is. Here from Tiruvannamalai, when the attack started, already Sirgari was attacked. And at the same time, at 1 a.m., Salem was the next place targeted. You all can see the map here. And same moment, at the same time, Salem was attacked on the 3rd March 2010, 1 a.m. Who will you turn to? Public is distressed. The devotees are under attack. Temples destroyed. Sannyasis attacked. The most important fact, none of us knew where Swamiji is. Is he safe? What can we do? We had no answers to these questions. There's so much of attacks. We didn't know what is happening. We didn't know if Swamiji is having a place to live. There are millions of us, yet nobody could do anything to protect Swamiji. We could not do anything. The mobs were planted every single place. The henchmen were there. Here you can see sharp 1 a.m. How in all the places at the same time the mob will attack. And the most important thing, in all the places, media were already there, ready to stream the whole attack live. How was that possible?
Exactly.
They were very clearly planned. The media was purposely planted along with the henchmen in each place just to incite the mob hatred. The temple monasteries were shut down at the same time. You can see the hatred. You can see the amount of hatred that was incited into the mob.
Understand? These were not public. The public people did not do any of these. The moment the mob video was aired, immediately in every of these monasteries, these groups, the henchmen were already plotted, planted, and immediately they started this attack. They started a series of hatred, violent attacks. It was horrifying. It was horrifying. Imagine and say none of us even knew where Swamiji was. It was literally terrifying. Where would Swamiji go to? Every place which Swamiji built out of his hard work, every place was getting attacked. Just imagine the one who gave shelter to millions was on road getting attacked. So many people, so many devotees and disciples could do nothing. It was a series of attacks, one after another, that was continuously happening.
There's something here to note. The media kept using the word public is angry, public is hating. You all can see here, this is a clip from one of the media where it was one particular group of mob, a youth organization, a so-called youth organization, which was brought there to destroy, break the name boards, to tear the banners, to destroy, to burn the temples. And the media would continuously show as if all the people of the place gathered together. It was not true. You all can see it is the same group of mob that were planted there. The henchmen were planted there. Many people were paid to come there and just to break things. And the henchmen were planted there so that people believe as if everyone is hating. To this day, most of the people do not even know what exactly happened. Even before society, public can understand, even before us, his own disciples can understand what was happening, they had executed their plan. Every place that they even calculated that Swamiji might go, they had already planted the henchmen in each place. So constantly all of us were kept under the fear. We did not know if our Swamiji was safe. We did not know if he is having a place to go. We did not even know what was happening. In this confusion, this is the exact strategy of the anti-Hindu elements. They keep us in continuous confusion so that they have so much of room to attack and assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Here you can see the mob. When we use the word mob, it was a group of henchmen that were deep state elements. You can very clearly see over here. It is that one group of people that are creating the same type of chaos, same type of attacks, exact same weapons, exact same style of attacks that were used everywhere. All of them were part of this one group. All of these were paid henchmen who were very clearly planted to attack at the same time.
It's a very clearly planned strategy. When the newspaper publishes a youth group, don't think it is some NGO, some public who are feeling affected and who came. No, you all should know. It is the same. The so-called youth groups are criminals. They're all charge-sheeted rowdies, mercenaries bought by the police, the anti-Hindu elements, the deep state elements, and they were planted in each of the place. Even today, we all showed you the visuals of the 15th August incident. We showed the live footages. All of them are again planted there, the henchmen planted there by the anti-Hindu elements, deep state elements to destroy. They all wear the mask of public, but they're not public. Even to this day, there are so many people who are against the injustice that has happened to Swamiji. There are so many youth today who are actually waking up to the kind of attacks that are happening to Hindu gurus. Go and watch YouTube. There are so many people who stand up for this. But media always projects as if this is public opinion, and they plant the henchmen to go and attack each place.
Each of these were rowdy sheeters. All of these sheeters who have a very clear history of molestation, rape, and having very serious crimes against them. And all of them came in the garb of mob, crowd. And all of them came to beforehand itself and launched the attack. Imagine and see, and this was happening, and this is the same time Swamiji did not have a place to go to. They were, one more side, they were continuously tracking Swamiji and going behind